I don't want to say, I don't want to use the okay, now we have roll call.
Trustee Benson,
Present.
Chairperson Richardson,
I'm not even know how to feel.
Vice Chair Mary. Trustee Ferguson is present.
Thank you. We have a forum.
Yes, we have a quorum.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So I need someone to approve the agenda. Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, it's the motion and second. Discussion. Roll call.
Trustee Maxson,
Yes.
Chairperson Richardson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mary. Trustee Ferguson, yes.
Thank you. At this point, do we have any public comments? I don't think no public comments. At this point in time, we're going to have our librarian reports. Okay, so, Colleen, I don't know if you got it. Order?
Yeah,
Okay,
the first librarian is Gregory Rourke and Public Services Librarian,
over here.
right here at the microphone there.
My name is Gregory. I'm a librarian here at the library. One of the things I do is I order DVDs. I order books. I order CDs. I also work at the reference desk. And we have 3 computer classes here at the library. So I'm going to teach those classes. And, finally, every month I go to several senior centers in Pontiac area for outreach for the books. Besides my perspective. Thank you.
I have some questions.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, in your outreach, you have one of the Baldwin House Senior Center.
Yes.
I frequently going and Ruth Peterson. And in particular, more or most of the seniors at Ruth Peterson, they need this type of activity. It's a lot. So I suggest that you look at increase it, make sure that Boeing and make sure that Ruth Peterson. But Baldwin House Senior is a different operation.
Okay.
So do you go to Baldwin or Ruth Peters now?
I go to Ball. I also go to,
No, Bowen, the Bowen Center.
no, not Bowles. There's some people who live there.
And Boeing, no, either one.
No, that's, I didn't think it was about people that live there. No, they meet every Tuesday.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm saying that, so as he was indicating, every Tuesday, so you should add them to your schedule. And I just call you to reach out to Carol Price and set up a schedule for you to meet with them.
Carolyn Price is at the Ball Center.
Correct.
Okay.
And the person over at East Peters, is Linda still over there?
Linda's still there.
Okay, so we can get Linda's information, you can reach out, and those will be part of your monthly business. Then you say you go to the Baldwin Center,
And Elgin. Baldwin. Oh, it used to be in there.
and it's McDonald's house too, which is another senior facility over on Baldwin.
Would you need a letter of introduction to meet the director?
I can call him as far as I get a phone.
Yeah.
If that's all right.
I would recommend
We'll
it.
just coordinate that with Colleen, so that you can know what your schedule is.
I'd like to see that next month's report.
Okay.
Definitely Ruth Peterson has the type of population.
I haven't been there before, so. give some training.
The chair recognizes President Witherspoon. And now, I can feel how it feels, right?
I do. It's not easy. Quick question, as far as the books that you purchase, how do you decide which books you're gonna purchase?
Yeah, I got a couple of sources I go to. One is New York Times. You know, lengthy reviews and library journal too. So, yes, suggestions.
Not right now, but I was just wondering how they're chosen.
Yeah. So I go through
But also, you know, it's when I went to the conference, the national conference, and we're part of that too. So you can look at it if there's anything that he may not have that piques your interest. And that box is still upstairs with all those books that I brought back.
I was supposed to remind you.
if there's any suggestions at all.
At the next board meeting, I bring that box down.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because there are a lot of award-winning books in there that we need to have. And I purchased a lot of them so that we can have it on board.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Just one quick comment.
Any books on health, many seniors like to read about new programs that concern them, and we have some of that material in the library. For example, this a little pamphlet on Medicaid, Medicare, and many seniors don't have the dressership from Medicare. For some reason, like to read about what's new with Medicaid. Can I get my glasses here? That type of information should definitely be out front, number one, as opposed to fiction or nonfiction. But that is a concern. If seniors don't get enough information about mental and physical health and outlets that help them lead a quality or lead to have a quality life.
So you want them to look into federal free publications that can be put out front. I think that's the nuances, free federal publications that can be put.
Medicare,
I know, but there are other components that they also, if you look at this federal publications, that you can have an access area that perhaps you want to. Okay, that's going to be good. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Heroes and
First of my name is I'm the Technology and Adult Services Librarian. Our director asked me to mention a few successful things that happened in August. Really quickly, I'm going through my duties so I can get to that point to mention this nice things that happened. I order fiction and read books. I'm the programming librarian. Most of the adult programs are mine. I also do computer classes. I'm involved with IT, computer maintenance, networking. The website, I'm the webmaster. Whatever it needs to add programs, to fix things. This past August, we had two successful points. One was this adult summer reading. The summer reading in school, not only the adult, but what I'm talking about is the adult because I'm the adult librarian. So we had the biggest participation for years. Just quickly to mention a few statistical numbers, 53 people registered, 31 participated, which means they did something, some of the tasks that we had to do, and 24 were in the summer reading and celebration and participated in the raffle with the big prizes. These numbers are way bigger than what we had ever in the past. We were talking about in the past 5 people, 10 people. So here we have 30 participants. That's big. Another big part that we try to establish the concepts. In August, we had the Vanessa card, the tribute to the Divas. We had 51 people registered, close to 30 people attended. We had a jazz concert before that, and we try to establish the concepts in our library. So, and we're going to conclude it in December with a couple of concerts as well. One other thing that the director asked me to mention is a change in the calendar on the website. We used color coding for the different programs. So adult programs, youth programs, the closures and family programs, all these 5 different things have different colors. And on the top of the calendar, this color coding is indicated for the people to see.
Are there any questions, comments? Okay.
At the beginning, coming to public relation and vendor. We have to Native American Heritage Monthly event. Being aware that African American history reports and program is coming up.
Yes.
It's coming up, and I'm not saying you're waiting till the last minute, but that collection of information, I would like to see a greater display in the library this year as previous year. It's a lot of information on African American history. And I would suggest start digging and getting pictures along with some of the written material, because this year is going to be a dynamite year. 2023 is going to be a real dynamite year in terms of dissemination of information. And you don't know, but keep it in mind that African American History Library is looking at will be pursued. African American Museum, pardon me, I use library. That will be culminated sometime, I hope, between now and June. 2 very featured things that I would like for you to look at.
Yes.
I suggest that you look at.
We always have big events for the African American Month. We never miss that, and we will take care of that for sure.
I'm sure if you need any help, some of the board members speaking for themselves, I have lots of material. It's not outdated, particularly for our young people. And I'm seeing young people, 18 to 45, who really don't know, who don't relate, and that's a fact. We need that type of you never had some processes to help increase that. I'd like to see much more literature on American Black History months. That's all.
I think
The report is good. Looks good.
one of the things related to that is we have all this artifacts and material that are in our history room that we make sure that we have some emphasis on that, because we took a lot of pain and work in order to get that done, and people that helped put that together didn't do that, and we don't think they did it again. So I know one year we had speakers in the room and with presentation and we have tools and so forth. If we pass a booklet or something that we put together and highlight something like that. So that's something. Any other comments? Yes. Here, ready back.
Okay, so I'm a little confused between your duties and grad students. I know you do some computer class. I guess, do you have different segments of the population that you deal with, or you just have some things that overlap?
No, we have different hours.
Different hours, okay.
So you do the same thing, but you have different hours?
We're doubling the classes.
You're doubling the number of classes offered?
Yes, different days.
Different.
So is that answering your question? Because if you look confused, and I am, now that you said that, I feel like I'm confused.
So
And
you
do
both-
the same job.
You both service the adult population in the library, and you have, I know you mentioned that you do web master, and you have IT and things like that, but you both handle adults.
Yes, as far as the typical librarian duties, like books, for example, I order reference and fiction.
Okay,
Greg orders non-fiction.
okay.
Well, he does outreach. And Spiros does the, programming.
That clarify?
That helps, yeah.
Okay, good. But you still look a little confused on that. That makes sense. Okay, great. All right, any other questions or comments? Okay,
Okay, next will be, admin, because you gotta come to that. Let's, so we have to go first.
Oh, hi, everybody. I'm going to do this page. Okay. All right, so we had for the month of August, 1,750 items checked out, and that's not 172, that's not 278. Moved items, we had 185, and that's 44. One. We had 207 items for August, and that's now. No, yeah, we added 424. And what the previous month? And 132. Second, 16. Yes.
Chair recommends trustees.
Do you know how many library cards that we currently have, that's out there that's active?
Or if you,
Or if you could email it,
I was
just,
gonna say you just email it before the next board meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Sir?
Just one question, how many members do you have? Or how many attendees do you have on the team advisory board?
That's
That's Josh.
That's Josh.
I'll be up in a moment.
Josh is the next person.
Huh?
Josh is the team librarian. He'll be the next.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at this.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it does say Josh, you don't look like that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edmondson.
All right, and then next is Josh, the team librarian. We had to go out of order because the circulation, that's the person who's.
Hi, I'm Josh Campo. I'm the Teen Services Librarian. So I'm going to briefly go over my report, which you have in front of you. I usually start the report by focusing on the programs that happened in the month of August. There were 4. There was summer readings continuing, our big end of summer reading community fair, the teen advisory board, and something I call Anytime Game, which is really a passive program. The teen advisory board met in August and had 2 of the members show up. The community fair, I just have a rough estimate of how many people I saw that day. It might have been more than that. I remember seeing around 100 to 150 people.
Number 20?
The community fair, that was August 20th, that was the end of summer
Oh,
reading.
for some reason.
Yeah, we called it a community fair. And during that, I gave out the big prizes for the teen summer reading. It was 3 gift baskets that had different items in it themed around one particular theme. There was a music lovers gift basket, a video game lovers gift basket, and an art lovers gift basket. And they all had gift cards and some different items in them. Like the art one had a fancy art kit in it and a mug that had some kind of art slogan I can't remember right now. The music one had a Spotify gift card and I believe it's called an automaton. It's like this weird instrument that the kids are into that makes noise when you like move it up and down. Not a usual instrument. And the video game lovers one had a gift card in it, and it also had some pins of video game characters and a figure of a video game character. And overall, the summer aim for the teen program was about average. I would like it to improve still more so. It wasn't like we had awful numbers, we didn't have good completion numbers for it this year. We only had 3 teens who completed the program based on the total number, which I believe is in here was 15 completed the program, so we need to work on that, on getting them more engaged to actively participate throughout the whole thing and not just at the beginning. Besides programs, I did place an order for new teen fiction books during the month of August. I order the fiction and nonfiction for the teenagers, but I usually only order nonfiction every couple of months because I have more in the budget for fiction than I do for nonfiction. Besides the collection development and programming, I am the one who usually does the social media for the library. So most of the posts you see on our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, that's all being put up by me. And I do work the reference desk in both the teen and I work in the youth room a lot of the time, especially right now because the youth librarian is only here a couple of days a week at the moment. So I'm trying to cover both rooms most days. I think that is about it for my report.
Yeah, any questions or comments? Thank you so much. Chairman Moses.
How much does it advertise?
We do put that in the advertisement. We don't have what the prize is. We usually just have that there are big prizes. So it might be helpful to actually put what the prizes are. I think this year we had the flyer done before we actually had finished like ordering our prizes, so we didn't know what the big prize was going to be.
I put it on local access. Okay, so you can see, but we didn't have. And I think if you have, yeah, if you advertise, you need to do like a promotion to show, you know, if we have, maybe some of the participants be on, perhaps having a book club or something in the summer for the reading, and offer snacks or lunch or something for them other than meet up, so that they could, you know, come and get more kids to read books and stuff. I think, you know, did you ever hear that? No, I'm sorry, he is.
Yeah,
Yes.
you do a good job, Josh. Your support is good. Good. For the last years, you have watched this. Author, we have an author, 13 years of age, a book called The Bully. And you know, I need to talk about that. Yet, young men need support from the community. It's very interesting. And teenagers, 14, 15, 16, would find it very, very interesting. Perhaps, you know, because it's a community person. They're from the city, and that author is already known, just supporting what.
I like supporting local authors, so yeah, you could connect me with them, I would be interested in that.
Perhaps maybe a
Well, that's because it would really give him encouragement. He wrote this book when he was 11 years old. Now he's about 13. Very interesting. The fact the title on the bullet. So we can talk, I'll make sure we can talk to you about that.
Okay.
You know, but give me a month about bullying. Yeah, okay, and perhaps that month, we can have a roundtable, and people that participate in that roundtable about bullying will receive a copy of the book. And maybe get someone else that, you know, that is actually a person that works with people for anti-bullying. Anti-bullying.
Well, sure, it is one. We could look that up and see when it is.
Right, and then she's gonna look it up now, and then we just do a campaign around that, have a roundtable and provide meals for them, you know. And then perhaps have some seminar or workshop on it. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, it's October. Okay.
Not a good
It's a little hard to put together.
End of the month or something. Then we give you 5 weeks to put on the end of the month if you did something like that. Okay, well, thank you, just consider it.
Okay.
All right, at this point in time, we're not going to introduce Brian.
Step rock.
Okay, you should have a copy of the proposal and our intent. From the- in front of you, if you want to take a look at it, and we adopted the precinct thing about it back in July or August. Okay, so he's just gonna go over some information, and then Chanel has some questions, but he answered those questions for us. But anything else is, we're just gonna listen to his summary, and if you have any additional questions, we'll go forward. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I'm Brian Steckroth. I'm here on behalf of the MML Property Liability Pool, and thank you for renewing as of September 1st. The premium did go up a little bit this year, and mainly was because of 2 reasons. One was your property values increased about $715,000, which was due to a recent property appraisal that we did. Every 5 years, the pool goes through and appraisals numbers, just to make sure that you're up to date on your values and you're insured properly. So when you came back this year, $715,000. And then there was also a slight increase in the payroll, and that's what the liability is based on. It's based on payroll. In front of you, you do have a copy of the proposal that we did. And the first part mainly talks about our history, how long you've been with us, which is said that since 2010. One thing I forgot to mention is that the pool board of directors has voted again to give a post-renewal dividend to members of the new. So the amount of the dividend that you'll be getting is $1,785. If you flip to page 5, that's probably what you're most concerned about. That's where the coverages are there. You do have your municipal general liability. You want me to mention? Okay. We do not have an aggregate limited liability, and that is one thing that sets us apart from our competitors and traditional insurance companies. An aggregate is the most that a policy will pay out in any given period, so 12 months. So basically, by having just per occurrence, which is the 5 million per occurrence, for every occurrence that comes in, you'll have up to 5 million. So if you have 1 or 5 or 10, however many come in during the year, you'll have 5 million for every occurrence with 0 to 11. Okay. It says sewer back up there, and that we don't have any coverage for that because no sewers. The city does. Personal injury protection, that's basically slander, libel, defamation, character, things like that. It also picks up anything that's on your website that you can be sued over, and the same thing for social media. If it's any post that you can be sued over. On social media, it's basically what the library posts, not if this thing. Public officials liability. That is basically your areas of mission for the board. Anything decision making. That's the limit right there, that number. Also it picks up any kind of practices, so. Harassment, so things like that, would fall under all provisions. Employee benefit liability, we get that from our reinsurance and pass it through, that does have an aggregate. Basically what that is, it's kind of like errors and omissions for your health plans, you have health plans for your employees.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's full time.
Okay. If you were to say switch health plans or have a new hire and inadvertently they're left off for some reason, and they have a claim, the health insurance carrier denies coverage because you haven't been paying for them. Okay, so it's basically just a cyber liability. We do provide a little bit of cyber liability there. You can see it's 100,000 aggregate. If you flip back 2 pages, it actually shows you what limit there is for it. I should say, I'm sorry. It shows you what limit is for what type of coverage. I mean, there's different coverages like ransom coverage. We have 25,000, $5,000 deductible. It also provides coverage. Notify coverage other information is released. And again, like I said, it's only $100,000. That's one hot topic right now. It also has an aggregate. It's a hot topic right now for municipalities and stuff. Honestly, I don't know if that's what they're. I was out at water sewer authority, and they were hit the night before I was there. And there's several villages and cities there. And usually the ones that it's not coming from. It's usually coming from. If you did want to increase that, the big factor would be is if you have a multi-authentication factor, kind of like when you signed in here.
Yeah.
It's the same thing you have to have. And carriers. So if any employee board member authorized volunteer using a personal vehicle from their business, they get into an accident. Person insurance to be primary because it's their vehicle. But once that limit's exhausted, we set it for another time.
I recall several years ago, an employee's car was in the parking lot, and someone totaled it. So was that?
Under Michigan no fault, the auto owner, the vehicle owner is responsible for the physical damage. But you,
That person didn't have any insurance, Michigan Building Company.
no, because like I said, under Michigan, they're responsible for if they choose not to have physical damage. Property, you do have the 7,086,000, and it's a blanket, so that means between your building and your contents. Has a $250 deductible. Sure.
Structure, but our pavilion is a part of it, but it's not attached. So how does that play into coming together?
If you look down under property, you have the oil and machinery, buildings, contents, and then it says property. That would be considered property. And that's included. Okay. We do everything you see pretty much at a $100,000 figure. Our coverage enhancements that our board of directors have made over the years There has not been quite enough surplus to declare dividend. They've given coverage. So you see it on the list there, that's 100,000. But we have paid dividend consistently. You do have some earthquake coverage there that also has a $2 million aggregate. That does have a little higher deductible of 5,000, just like the flood down there that has $1 million and $1 million aggregate, and it does have a $5,000 deductible as well. I don't believe you guys are in floodplain, but if you anything that's in a floodplain that you get to pay those upwards, that location will be reduced down to 100.
If an area in the London floods and you can't determine where it's large country and you're damaged, is that covered?
That would be considered well, it would be considered more like water damage.
Okay,
A flood would actually be
okay.
because I think what you make water seeping in or pipe burst or something like that. Pipe burst, the pipe itself is not covered, but it results in damage. Extra expense, that's 100,000 there, and that's basically the extra expense you incur. So if you have to rent premises or equipment or things like that, you would have 100,000. Fine arts, any unscheduled fine arts are covered automatically up to 100,000. Big treasure with that, which you would do raise it. Personal effects of others, you do have 500 per person. Some sports equipment, sport programs. Sort of.
Well, we do, because we got a grant, so we got, a grant and it's sports equipment, and so we have it for the young people to be able to check out.
Oh, okay,
Different
all right.
things like that.
Okay, so it's not like literally.
No,
Gotcha. And then our crime coverage is there. You do have the employees obviously with the performance. And that's basically the kind of not full coverage. The configure that coverage is the loss.
what's that gonna do with that? What's that gonna do?
Employee dishonesty and faithful performance.
So now, how does that work?
It's basically, like I said, that from an employee or doesn't take coverage. And if you do have circumstances, the truth is you get those charges. That could be for the misuse of credit cards. Credit cards for personal use. Or funds or whatever. You have computer fraud there. Fraud is basically any kind of, should you be defrauded, if they enter your system and take your funds, that kind of thing. Depositors, forgeries, any kind of electronic tampering your bank accounts. Funds transfers, just that if you transfer funds and they are misled some elsewhere. Interpretation fraud, that's basically, you know, these emails that come through and you think they're from someone that they're actually not. They say pay this invoice or something like that because the extensions are different. If you actually pay it, that is up there. Okay. Money and securities, inside or outside, that's basically money on or off the premises. And some securities disappearance coverage, so you don't necessarily need to know you did. For example, you have before or thing, they get an accident, they're taken away. Money order confirmation. Now, back to the employee dishonesty, I said it covers everyone. The only one that excludes is the treasurer, because every crime policy excludes the treasurer. But we give you the treasurer's bond there down at the bottom, we fill that void with 100,000. Right?
That means that the treasury to bond it.
Yeah, for 100,000. So basically, it's the same type of coverage. Okay. And then, like I said, the next page there talks about the cyber liability. And the rest of it's pretty much what we've gone through. Anybody else? Yes.
And then, trustee, I mean, vice chair is good.
Back to the employee disservice thing, you mentioned it doesn't cover the treasurer. So we're not, the board is not employees of the library, so does this cover the board or strictly covers employees?
The employee dishonesty.
Yeah,
Well, our definition of insured is elected or appointed officials, employees themselves, or authorized volunteers.
There was this, Bridget and then Mr. Nancy.
fire.
Fire legal liability, we get different reinsurers, we don't really, we pass it through you. I see, because basically what it is if you were to rent, lease, or borrow premises from others, and you were to start a fire on the property, they come back to you for the property. Do you rent or lease property from elsewhere? Okay. Well, it would be like if you rent a building.
No, like upcoming, yeah. We work in the facility, so if we do damage, the fire or something, it can be covered under that.
If you were to start a church.
Well, I understand. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Nancy.
The sewer backup. We don't own the sewer, so that's not something we hold. Let me finish, Madam Chair. Okay, let me finish. I'm trying to keep the past has been a problem. We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it. Sewer liability is something unlegal that we should have.
Well,
Perhaps in the setting. This is only a summary. It says here, a summary review. I know nothing in black and white. It's a summary of coverage and service or specific detail. And that would be specific.
where the sewer and backup is listed there, it's a third party liability coverage. So it'd be like if the city who owns sewers had a backup and a backup into residents' homes, that would cover that. If you had a backup into your building here, it would come under your property coverage, which would be covered.
Well, I understand because the cause of it might be from the city side. And they might be responsible. We have old pipes, old connectors here
Right.
in the city. And it is connected to the city and fire and stuff. I can understand that, but okay. No more comments.
Okay.
That's it. First and foremost.
So, yeah, I was just, and to Mr. Nancy, so does that mean the city would be liable?
Well,
We still have,
So what wrong with that?
I was asking, sorry, you wondered if the city would be liable or if we would?
No, it puts upon the investigation because the city's going around. Our pipes, if you've been in it, no, that's your, these pipes, lines reach out to the hospital. And they're old, they're decayed. I remember Bob Bourne, so I was a part of that team, just to take notes and decay. So if the backup should occur here, it would depend upon an investigation as to who's liable. I understand who's liable.
Right.
And that should be further discussion with the chair and the board members. Because there's a great possibility while they're recurring, they might have not, and they might have not put in the right material. But the library didn't do that. Sure, the city was in charge of that.
exactly.
Could calls us. It would answer up with.
But if you were to have damage in here,
Okay, so we would be covered.
right. Okay.
We have questions or comments? Is there anything else you want to add?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Anyone have any other questions or comments? We thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And if there- anybody thinks of anything, they can certainly, forward to Colleen and she can give you. Just like you did with the sewer. Oh,
One more time, what was the numbers that our property value went up by how much?
Just under 715.
how much?
Just under 715,000 to be exact. Its property value went up. When I say property value, it's a replacement cost value. There's a difference between market value and replacement cost value.
Okay,
Okay, so if we had to rebuild it from the bottom up,
how much would it be?
that's $7 million figure there. That's in the cost cover summary.
Okay.
But from the last property appraisal, it went up exactly 714,741.
What that is?
740.
It's 714. It's 3 times.
Oh, it is, yeah.
What was that, appraisal done?
That would have been done just about a year ago. Because every 5 years, they go through the members. I mean, it's a constant thing that they do every year, but yours would be every 5 years because they shift. You know, there's some members every year. They go with 50 members. So,
Any other questions or comments? No. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Now, if you have an opportunity to look at the July and August minutes that the director, interim director, and Jim Sokana was to provide for us, he still has to go back and review. So you can either have to read them, or we can table to approve them at the next board meeting. What's your pleasure? I need a motion. So,
Our southern state.
Yes.
Second.
Second, Max. Yes.
What we had was the minutes we didn't have in front of us to read, so she sent it to us first to review. And so my question is, do we want to go ahead and vote to approve those minutes so that we can wait until next month when the other minutes are done and approve all of that? And she made a motion to table it until next month. And I was asking to.
Can we get a second on that?
No, yeah.
I second to wait until the next money to be combined collectively.
The motion and second, discussion. Discussion.
I just want to clarify that these are the July 28th and August 25th. I think she said June.
She wanted to add the, because June was haven't been done. So she wanted to add the June one in and we do them all at one time.
And then it would be, yeah.
Oh, yeah, September, those are in the past, we just trying, I mean, September should be done within, 8 business days.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on right now. So any other discussion? Okay. So now, what you want to do the roll call, do it?
All right, trustee Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Max.
Yes.
Chairperson Richardson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Marion. Yes. Secretary Allen. Yes. The motion is carried.
Mr. Hardy.
Good evening.
Good
Good evening, Mr. Hardy. Down your voice. Oh.
There's a correction note regarding your package. the profit and loss in budget versus actual. If the statement included there was only for August, it should have been run for July through August. So I've got permission with the director to actually do the report from my records here, which would be the profit and loss budget versus actual July through August.
That's something you're gonna send to everyone so they'll have. You're gonna show it to us, but you're actually gonna send it to us.
I can read it.
Is that acceptable? Did you want August? He says
Yeah.
July
Yeah.
is not July.
Yeah, she ran it for just August instead of July through August. So the graphs are the same way. It should have been run for July through August, and it was run just for August. But the balance sheet is correct. So if it's,
Is that acceptable?
As long as it shows it on the.
She's gonna show it on the screen, and then Colleen is going to email it to you, so you'll have it. He's gonna show it on the screen.
I said acceptable, I understand what you
Okay,
said.
that's
I
fine.
said,
I'm
I would vote yes
fine with that.
or acceptable.
I'll give you-
Most of them, but maybe
Okay, you can move forward, sir.
okay, so I have to get permission to share the screen. Someone has to give me permission, the host. I don't have permission yet.
I know I got the Josh.
Okay, I have permission now. Okay, this is print, I'm sure it's pretty small, but this is the largest I can make it. So I'll just read. Do you see the screen?
yeah, but you see it.
How do I zoom in?
Okay, so this represents the profit and loss budget versus actual from July through August. And our total revenue for the period is $404,605.70 versus a budget of $357,516.93 for over budget favorable variance of $47,088.77. Our income is comprised of property taxes, a grant of $3,500. We made that correction per the chair's recognition that it was misclassified as property revenue before, and other revenues of $39,336. In property taxes, $361,768.75. In terms of our total expenses, we have $230,364.19 versus a budget of $177,203.32, for a favorable under budget variance of $53,160.87. Our net income for the period is $230,364.19, which is that represents that favorable under budget variance of $53,160.87. I should say the total expense for the period was $174,241.51, and budget $180,313.61. And that total expense variance was only $6,072 under budget. So we're doing pretty good right now. I did have a discussion with the chairperson and director regarding our staffing. And right now, year to date, we have an under budget favorable variance in staffing of over $8,000. So we can actually increase part-time staff for 4 part-times, and that over budget or under budget, I should say, in our staffing costs will absorb that for at least 3.5 months. And that under budget is primarily due to the difference in the interim director versus the budgeted permanent director salary, as well as part-time staff, full-time staff going to part-time, created some savings as well. Any questions regarding the profit and loss budget versus actual?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
We've already hired, if we hired for additional staff.
If I heard you correctly, you said, have we hired those staff yet?
No. If we hire 4 additional staff, employees, and then we turn around and hire a director, how does that affect our budget?
Okay, so currently, if we hired staff starting as of the next payroll period, we will still be, based on our savings, not have a negative impact on our budget until 3 consecutive pay periods. And then it should average about $1,600 of negative impact per pay period after that. In terms of our director, if we hire a director the very next pay period, then that would also not affect us until the 3rd consecutive pay period. And then we could have a negative impact going forward from there. But year-to-date overall, we could absorb that overall impact based on other variances in our other budget line items. But we won't know that until we actually see our experiences going forward, because some of the budgets line items would be over, some could be under, as illustrated in this year to date, us being over in our revenue and under in our expenses.
In other words, even though we have to do 3 pay periods, we would not to add additional funding for operations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Rosie. Could you repeat? Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
Yeah, it froze. I didn't hear your comment, Rosie.
Okay. You made a comment. So you indicated that after 3 consecutive pay periods, we may be impacted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. So after those 3 pay periods, we still could initially go back in and do an amendment to the budget to allocate funds that would still cover those new employees as well as the new director and whoever takes the place of the early literacy librarian. Am I correct or not?
You're correct.
The chair recommends.
You said we can amend the budget and reallocate funds. Where would we be reallocating the funds from? Categories that were underspent or something?
Could you repeat that question?
Sorry, my mic was off. If we were to reallocate funds to offset any overages, where would we be reallocating funds from? Would it be from other categories that are underspent or another budgeted area?
Yes, it would be from other categories that are underspent.
Did you say underspent?
Correct, underspent.
Allocating from funds that are underspent, if an amendment would come about. Okay. Just clarification on that. Okay.
So the way the budget is managed, all the areas under the budget have multiple line items that could be over or under, and you're evaluated on your overall over or under based on the budget that's submitted to the state. And there's multiple line items under operations that you could be over or under, and those variances can be utilized for your amendment if it's necessary, because they only are looking at the one line item operations. There are many line items that make up that you have the discretion to move funds in and out of at your direction. And so you have those variances all the time throughout the year. You just at a point in time, based on monitoring your budget, you make a decision as to when you want to make a budget amendment at some point in time during the year based on your expending. Because quite frankly, the longer you take to actually fill the position, you're creating even more of a variance of underspent funds for salaries. So this analysis is of a point in time, actually as of this payroll period. But if you don't hire a director, for instance, next payroll period, you have even more savings. And if you didn't hire the 4 staff as of next payroll period, then that changes the analysis and there's more savings. And so that's how that impact would be judged going forward. It's just a timing issue as to when you actually make the hire.
Let's be clear about this, is that there is no delay of hiring a director to save money. It's just a matter of you're still working to get someone in that place. I don't want anyone to think that, oh, you know, if you're live, that we're initially withholding finding someone to fill that position so that we can save money and have those other part-time positions that colleagues going to hire to replace that. So I would feel that. What's next?
Without a fixed income, without a fixed salary from the person we're hiring, you can't make any type of determination because you don't know what's salary range. If you're talking about new employees, their income is more fixed than a new director coming in. So I think I understand. In fact, I do understand. We can't make any determination or think that we're going to go on a deficit. I don't think that we. I think that we can go to underspend and the monies we have on the book be safe and hire a new director and then have the permanent salary, whatever we offer they accept, then go into, we know we have a pocket of underspend. We can't make any type of decision or determination until that happens. That's my way of thinking. I agree with what you were saying. It will not be a deficit at all, and the savings will be in place until we get permanent figures. I don't really see need to really discuss that. We haven't got permanent figures.
Well, so the way I analyze this is the board has voted on a budget and that particular position in the budget was $85,000. And so there's a savings right now based on that position not being filled. And that's like any other line item where you don't fully expend a particular line item expense or you go over in a particular line item expense. This occurs throughout your budget year. And so there's an overall variance that could be favorable in your budget is expenses are under budget, as well as your revenue could be under budget or over budget and have a favorable variance for more revenue than you anticipated or less revenue anticipated. So this is happening all the time, every month. And that's what these variances are on your profit and loss year to date. And so the bottom line at this juncture is you have a favorable variance right now on your net income of $53,160 through the year. And that's comprised of over budget and revenue and under budget and your expenses. And so that's going to keep happening throughout the year because you can't be accurate to the penny on any of these expenses. But we know the reason why you have some of these variances based on what estimates we use to come up with the budget. And one of the areas in personnel is the director's salary. We offset that savings from not filling that position based on hiring an interim director. That reduces that savings. We had initially had several open positions that we cut out of the budget. And now we are putting some of those positions back in later in the year. We had a change in terms of one full-time person going to part-time. That creates favorable variances. So these all have to be monitored to see what the overall impact will be on the budget going forward. And that's what these explanations are when we do this budget to actual variance analysis. But what you see every year, month, is at the highest level and not at the micro level of every line item.
So this is what we voted on was our projected spending for the year. And the other part of that is the person went from full-time to part-time. Not only was it the salary, but you have to consider their fringe benefits that go along with that. Because oftentimes people say they make $40,000, but they're actually making more because when you add on the healthcare and other benefits that go along with that, that may put them up to $60,000, $70,000. So all of that has to be taken into account. It's a projection of what we expect to spend, not an exact amount. So thank you for that. Any other questions, comments?
Comments just make financial sense. With considerable overview, the new financial sense and what the person is saying and what you're saying and really correlate. I can't see a deficit or even think about going into a deficit. So those things are already in place. I'm not predicting the deficit, I'm predicting what's on the books. And you said that we will not be in a deficit. So I take that after some overview and say yes to your report.
Okay.
I have a question and a comment. So the comment is relative to placing more part-time people. What I would like to see is how those people, what positions are they going to fill, what gaps are they going to fill, so we have a better understanding of how they will be utilized. Okay. And then the question is in regards to property taxes and the millage. Is our millage and the amount that we receive each year affected by the Headley Amendment, where each year we are receiving a little bit less? Do you know that, Mr. Harding?
We get our property taxes based on property value assessments for the property within city of Pontiac. So whatever that value calculation is, that is translated. If it goes down, then our property tax revenue goes down. If it goes up, then our property tax revenue goes up.
And that's separate from the millage. The millage, the property tax is one thing. The millage is something totally different.
Right, but the Headley Amendment affects, at least for the overall city, affects how much of the millage dollars the city is actually able to capture. What I'm asking, and maybe I didn't phrase it the correct way at the beginning, what I'm asking is the millage dollars that we're capturing, which is based on property values, is that affected by the Headley Amendment? And I mean, you may not know that, it might not be something that's we're made aware of in our calculations, but I'm wondering if if we're seeing less dollars because of the headwind?
And I can answer that question. I'm not familiar with the impact on what our property tax revenue is based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't want to get the two mixed up. The head amendment is up to this year's date. And the property tax, for example, we're over budget 52,153. When the head amendment does take effect, it'll be a different ball game, a different story. But that has nothing to do unless you just want to project and put the two together. And financially, not financially, but financial procedure, yes. I see no need for it, but the head amendment is altogether different. It's not a finalization on that based on the prior year, yes, but we're talking about a year now. We're talking about 2022. And I'm watching the head amendment. When it does come in and make a devastating, might be a devastating effect, might not, but we can't take 22 and put that into 23 now. I'm done. Yeah. The other amendment is not in question. I don't think.
No,
Kind of
it's
throws me off balance.
It says in a nutshell, the FD requires a local unit of government to reduce its millage when annual growth on existing property is greater than the rate of yeah. So
It has nothing to do.
That was my question. Okay, is it affecting us or not?
No, no.
Thank you.
I don't think it's a head. But right here it says that really.
I really want to continue. And we voted on it for a settlement.
Okay,
Okay, so you can't take something that's been voted on, with a set amount. Okay, and then go back and say it's affected by something. Yeah.
Madam Chair, can we get a report that says you don't have one? I don't have one. It would be.
Everybody can look it up. Google it, please.
We need a report on that because then that question more or less would have been answered. I imagine if you had it before you.
one of the reasons I asked is because, I mean, I was looking at board minutes from other cities, and they were having discussions, the library board was having discussions about having, and I don't know what those were consisted of. I'm like, are we?
But the thing is, what other cities do again is different from what we do, all in accordance with the guidelines. I understand what you're saying, but always, I said before, don't base anything on other cities because taxes, procedures, everything is different.
Right.
And we can't compare other cities with us because all together different.
Let me say this to you. We're separate from the city. So by us being separate from the city, if we were still a part of the city, we would be affected by that. But by us being a separate entity, as of 2012, we're separate from them. So when our millage passed, it's separate from the city.
Okay.
When those entities are affected, they are under the city municipality. Okay? All right. You're welcome.
I'm going to look up the head amendment.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you for, any questions? Are you finished with the financial report? You still have more to go?
Yeah, just the balance sheet. And that's the same as what you have in your packet.
Okay.
And we have in our checking and savings for $857,444.99. Total current assets, $858,309.99. Fixed assets, $657,503 and 8 cents net of depreciation for total assets of $1,515,813 and 7 cents. And our total equity and liabilities is $1,516,036 and 97 cents for our total liabilities and equity of $1,515,813 and 7 cents. And again, that negative 223 is just credits that our vendors actually owe us for overpayments that'll be applied to future purchases. Any questions regarding the balance sheet? If none, then again, on the charts, your charts are not for year to date, they're for 1 month. This chart here is year to date for your expense. And then it shows your operations making 79.29% of your total expenses, professional services, 12.96, collection, 3.12, capital improvement, 1.79, debt service, 1.63, and other operating 1.20 for the total year-to-date expense, 174, 241, 51. And your income, of course, property taxes 89.41%, and all other revenues 9.72%, and then the grant only 0.87%. Any questions regarding the graphs? That concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments? If not, we thank you for your report. We look forward to getting a copy of the information that was not sent. I think Colleen said that was something that she overlooked, but she's going to send it to everybody. So you should have it by tomorrow or at least by Saturday. Okay, so you can review it. Okay, and have it available to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Harden. We look forward to you being in person next time.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to all business. All business? Trustee Williams. Yeah, Trustee Williams has a hand up before the all business. Yes, sir.
On the financial report.
No, after the, we just finished the financial
I
report.
know.
We have all business down. She has
Yeah,
something
all
she wants to share.
Okay, I'm looking at that. All the action items. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, the strategic planning proposal committee. So there's 3 people on the committee, myself, Trustee Massey, and Trustee Allen. We did meet. We came up with a request, an RFP for strategic planning report. I reviewed this in here once. It did not have the dates. I've added dates to this. This has been sent to you, but I've printed a copy for all of you to take a look at. This is the next.
Pass it around?
Yes, please. Not,
Yes, please.
no, you take that one.
Since you're up, I'll let you do it.
Thank you. So we wanted to, there was a motion earlier this year to create a strategic plan. And then there was a motion that was approved that we would have someone facilitate the strategic planning process. So Madam Chair requested that a committee be put together, and we came up with this proposal. The dates in the proposal are such, have been selected to allow us time to place a director, because our thoughts for a director needs to be part of the strategic plan. So the dates extend into March of next year with the plan being completed. Those can be changed. This is simply so this has proposals being received no later than October 14th. If anyone has any questions or inquiries, they need to make those inquiries by October 11th. It goes into the background of the library, the scope of the work, is we're seeking an experienced professional facilitator to perform the following tasks: facilitate strategic planning process using a methodology effective for public affairs. We want community input, which could include focus groups, paper or online surveys, phone interviews, or other methods identified by a consultant. In section F goes into the proposal content requirements is what we would like to see once they submit their proposals. That's what they should have in it. It goes into RFP standards and selection criteria. And all of this was sent to all of you guys via email. So none of the verbiage has changed. The only thing that's changed is the added dates. So I'd like to make a motion that we propose.
I just have one question on health, which is content. A list of personnel would be involved in the process. Using that expertise and experience, the strategic plan was 90% okay and to third party vendor, which seemed to me at this time we have to pay that third party surveying input components and etc. I particularly have in mind because I believe we do that ourselves. And that third party won't have any more experience, no more expertise than we have. Being is good. The future plan was almost, in fact, I almost said non-disputable. It was disputable. At least 90% completed. We didn't have too much to do on the strategic plan. Something, go back to number 3. The third party, I can say no. Again, you just decided. Of our strategic plan, which is about 90% of our plan already completed. Why bringing someone, a third party, and spend that money? That's one of the things that I do.
So,
Okay, wait a minute. Are you finished with the?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You want to respond to that?
yes. So I cannot recall if it was prior to Mr. Maxey joining this board or not, but this board already approved moving forward with getting a third party to assist us with a strategic plan, which is why we formulated the committee to come up with an RFP. Now, the strategic plan that was done took the library through, I believe it was 2014, so it's quite old. The population and things that affect the library has changed since then, and so it does need to be updated. But they do need to take into consideration any and everything that was in the strategic plan. It doesn't have to be thrown out the window, but we do need a new strategic plan based on where the library is.
Just again, my statement is among this board, we have people with experience, expertise. With it or relating to the strategic plan, I can't at this point agree to bring in a third party, like you said, like it was what, 2013, 2014, 2015?
Yeah,
Well,
it
anyway,
was 2019.
well, what could that person, what could that particular organization add to us? Being as though we're in our community, the surveys, if you want to be questionable, I can't see anything that a third party would add but to bring financial cost to us.
So the purpose of this is to have a third party walk us through creating a strategic plan, not for them to create the strategic plan. It would be working with us as the board and whomever else the chair would like to have participated in creating the strategic plan. So this has already been moving forward with an RFP. This is all that we're talking about today, is moving forward with an RFP to understand what can an outside organization bring, how much would it cost to have someone walk us through creating a strategic plan. That's what's going to take me today. Not the content of a strategic plan. This is just the
There will still be a cost factor, that's what I said.
Absolutely.
There'll still be a cost
No one is
factor
going to do
at
this
this time, and it's, I haven't seen anything since I've
So
been
what,
about
so what I hear you saying,
I'm just wondering why we spend that money. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I don't see a third party bringing anything new to us that we already know. 14, 15, 16, 17, whatever. We still have the expertise and experience and the cost of paying a third party. What could they, that's fine, but what could they bring that we don't know? Seeing as though we've been operating this time, as you said before, the date is outdated now. What could they bring into us? And for example, I don't have a firm. I don't have time to do research or a firm that we could use. I know no firm because I was satisfied with the expertise being as it was even with you before. Bring in expertise. Outside the community, I'm just trying to. No, I'm trying.
any other comments?
Those are my comments.
Okay. Any other comments? As I review this, I see an RFP. So is it open in respect to how much, was there a projected amount that could vary in terms of the person that's doing the proposal?
We did not put a cap on, and nor have I seen any other RFP that put a cap, that puts a cap that says we're only gonna,
I just asked the question.
No. Okay. Nope. That's not something the board considered. We did have conversations in this meeting about potential costs. It was decided that we would move forward with our for strategic plan. But keep in mind, we're gonna have to move forward with, a millage, requesting a millage. And some people will actually want to know that we have a plan that we're working from where we're taking the cycle. That's what this RFP would hopefully get someone to help us come up with. That's the intention. The only intention of the committee was to create a request.
That is correct. So at that point in time, you can look for the information you want provided in the RFP, you can vote for it, or vote not to have it. And let's go back to the drawing table, or another proposal to, or another motion can be entered in respect to what's going to do it. And that's where we are. So at this point in time, we've reviewed it. I'd like to know if there's a motion on the floor.
I want you to accept the whole plan without recommendation.
You say
Repeat that again, like I don't care for a second, based on, and I use the word care, based on what it's been explained to me
okay, so
and the intent, I would make a motion to support it.
okay, so the additional discussion regarding parts of this that you want the committee to do, is there something that you would like to change on this? As far as discussion?
Not only cost issues, but that expertise, and I continue to say, what expertise can you bring to us already familiar with community surveys and been here? That's more in here that I see. I would not support that.
It says in
And then too, it says any assessments of our environment, define those priorities already in place and built into the process. So people from the outside could not bring those possible views inside, in-house. We have data. we do a profile of our community markets. So in turn, they would have to show me in particular exactly their findings of that investigation as opposed to what we already have. And they don't know because they're not here.
Is there some language you want to change in there? Is there asking everything? The discussion, is there specific language that you want to change?
7, I have to say no. Scope of work, I would say no. When someone else in, we have the data we need. The third recommendation, go back and look at this and discuss more, but I'm not at this point. John or James will come in and help us all. We have a lot of documentation, we have a lot of data, we have done a lot of reviews. And our core values, they won't understand our core values. At this point in the time, I can't agree to bring personnel into it after I look at the scope of work that we've done. I can see them adding as an asset.
Any other discussion?
Yes, so, Mr. Maxey, I sent this RFP to you on 2 separate occasions. Fully like this, nothing had been changed over the years. Both times, you responded via email that you supported this and you were fine with it. Now, that doesn't mean you can't change your mind. However, again, this is simply an RFP for outside entities. It could be someone in the city that writes up for this. But no one is excluded from being the consultant that walks us through this. It could be in or outside of the city to submit for an RFP. And we're saying in here, they have to present what would their plan be. So we get to choose. This is not locking us into anything other than putting it out there to request proposals so they can come in and explain or send proposals explaining what their process will be and the associated costs for walking us through walking us through a strategic planning process.
So we have until March the 23rd, that's your report.
No.
We have until March the 23rd.
Have the plan in place. Once
Plan in place.
the proposal, the RFP is.
I can't see bringing them in. Okay. I understand exactly what you're saying. That's the only opportunity to. And as far as saying, I don't remember saying bring in anyone from the very beginning. I was saying that we have expertise. I didn't have anything in writing or in a minute, review the minutes. I can see what I said. You know, it would be okay. No, I spoke against bringing anyone from the very beginning. I've always said we do not need anyone from the third party outside to come in on this particular subject matter.
Okay. Well, that's not.
It's in the minutes, fine, but I didn't like it.
Well, stop.
She did. I mean, he did.
Stop. Okay, we're not gonna debate this or what.
There is nothing to debate.
Excuse me.
He signed off on it twice. I don't understand.
Now, I need you to stop, please. Okay, Mr. Maxey, I need both of you to stop at this point now. Now, we had this information passed. Now, I asked if there was any discussion on it, so we discussed it. At this point in time, I'd like to know if you'd like to vote on whether or not we do an RFP. Okay, once RFPs come in, Mr. Maxey, if we decide that we don't want to do that, then a motion could be presented to say we don't accept any of these RFPs, and this is how we like to go forward on it. So at this point in time, if we go ahead and do the RFP, we can vote for that. Okay, and when they come back, all of them could be a nay on there. Okay, and you go back to the drawing board, and it could be voted that your recommendation could be that I move that the library board present a findings from the community as well as other volunteer services in order to complete the strategic plan starting in 2023. And to complete by a certain date. So that's what we can do. So if you have this information right now, and you're part of the subcommittee, and you guys work on it, if you want to go ahead and say, submit the RFP, and then once they come in, after that date, you can vote for something different.
I agree, accept it, but unless I put something wrong, they know. That's just what, I accept that, let our refuse, but unless the minute reflect what I said, I'll change.
The minutes will reflect
I accept
that you're not in agreement.
I'm agreeing with coming in.
No, I'm saying you're not in agreement with having a separate entity to come in order to oversee the strategic plan, the new strategic plan.
I don't agree with.
Okay, and that's what will be reflected in the minutes. But the question is whether or not to vote to move forward, to have the RFP put out there for people to submit their bid.
I accept that.
You accept that?
I
Okay,
accept that. That's coming, this will come.
I'm sorry.
I accept that. I make the motion on support.
Okay, and then stop, please. Angela,
I'm sorry.
Angela has the floor now.
I just want to know, are we still in agreement that we're going to wait to get that record to move forward on the strategic plan? Excellent.
So now,
That was discussed previously, that we're going to wait on that record because they're going to be hands-on with this.
that would be correct. So, if you decide that you want to make a motion to either table this or to, can you finish this? And go ahead and let them present the RFPs. Once they present it, if it is decided to go with one of them or another plan of action is in place, then the motion will have to reflect that this, if an RFP is accepted, then based on starting the implementation, the actual work on it, based on a new director, not interim director, to be in place to move forward. Without. Chair recognizes trustee Henderson.
It actually says in here, I can't come up here to it, that the start of this is dependent upon the records and stuff. So the start date may move based on other. So that was discussed in the committee meeting, it was incorporated.
I'm going to read the page, I believe it's on page 2. Because you have something to do with the interim director. So, this point in time, so this presented here. I'd like to know if there is a motion to initially have an RFP submitted for people to actually respond to for the proposal. And then if that's the case, then initially, and that should come from either Mr. Matthew Chanel or Ms. Apple, because that would be part of the committee. So at that point, this point in time, that's what I would need from you guys. And then you can have any, if you want any further discussion on that, you can do that. But right now, you need to have, there's either going to be a motion on the floor to move forward with the RFP, or there's going to be a motion on the floor to table this until the board meeting. Those are your options at this point in time. The chair recognizes trustee Willis.
I move that we move forward with the Pontiac Public Library strategic planning.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Is there any additional discussion on this? believe that Mr. Maxey has made himself clear in respect to what he is interested in moving forward with and what he is not considering as acceptable. Is there any other discussion? Move in second, there's no further discussion. Secretary, do you have a roll?
Trustee Witherspoon,
Yes.
trustee Maxine. Secretary Allen, yes. This motion has been moved for the RFP of the strategic plan.
Thank you. Okay. Any other old business? Old business. We talked about it already. Yeah.
So, a couple of things. First thing is friends of the library. I did just do a brief presentation. That would just be something that we actually decide on that day. November 18th. Then before we passing out invitations to. Part of the thing that I did too is just a little pamphlet, which will be separate from the invitation. With the pamphlet, that's something we give out once they get here. Or if they don't come, if they decide to. But it's just a brochure pretty much explaining what the principal library is, how it operates, the different things that we do for fundraising and basically the dues and with this, we did make a few corrections. Now, my suggestion, I'm not anticipating, but I feel like once we get the invitation out, that's one thing, but I feel like this should be done by the graphic. I feel like this is something we're asking for money, and I think it must be. So I feel like once we get to that point, I think, and I just feel like that's that.
I think the invitation is good, but I think at the same time, because you know what population that you would be interested in, it's also giving the virtues.
I don't understand that.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, no, they both need to be done nicely.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. So I just feel like this is something that we should.
Oh, I don't have a problem
invest
with that.
in graphic
I don't have a problem with that. I'm
Thinking
thinking
just
that,
makes it.
oh, absolutely. I'm just thinking that both they should go right. Maybe not at the same time as invitation, because if you're going to send an invitation to the mayor, okay, or you're going to provide one to different organizations and actually hand it to them, okay. But I would actually also have that brochure available, so they have
People
both.
may want more information.
Yeah,
I would have problems with that at all. But I was just saying that I really wanted to.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely.
My other thing was,
So you're not saying with us, or did you send it to?
you know what, I
And
did
it's
not
a black
send
and
it
white, I
to.
don't like it.
No, this is just like, again, I can send it to get the details on it on paper, and they can take it and work it out, however they want to work it out. I just wanted all the details, but I think once we end up, I can pass it around. We end up, Holly and I end up going over it, we just determine it a little bit, and I think it reads very well.
I did add,
Did you get the logo?
yeah, board members in the logo that would be on the back.
So,
So however we do it, if we're doing it that way, when we're sending out both the brochure and the invitation, then we make sure they are equally sized. So,
if we have them available, you know, if you just pass those out. Are you gonna mail the invitation or you gonna mail it? So I said, for those that you're gonna hand them to, then you actually give them a copy of the here. Or if you're gonna mail the other part, you can do is mail it, you have to make tab on it, so you don't have to have an extra envelope. So,
other thing I had was the scope of work for work that we done for that.
are you finished with the first part? Oh, that. Did we talk about sitting on? We did, okay, fill in the whole thing.
So I did just do a, just because of my background, I did do a brief one, scope of work for both the bathrooms and the ceiling. I can send it to you guys and look over and see what pattern you can take in anyway. It's a general, this is basically a general scope of work for just these jobs, you know, just list the safety act and being pretty much real. Really place and then this description.
I have to do a contract with the actually go and look at that and see what the damages are because it's all false on the roof. Right. So I had to look at those. So I didn't print it out, but I can forward it to everyone too. So you have that. Yeah, I said, actually, look at dollar amounts in terms of what we need to do. You know, just give me for okay. Anything else? Anything else in the old business? Nothing? Okay, you send that to everybody and I'll send it to them. You said we was gonna try to do this. Somewhere else. To the next one. I didn't see the picture. There's a little picture. Yes. Did you get this? Exactly. This is for the strategic plan. You have that? Yeah.
We made copies now.
Oh,
That's
I'm
why there's
sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that information. We'll move forward on that. What we know is a priority. We want to make sure that our Prince and Princess Tea Party, the people are walking in the door. That's all looking very well for that. So we want to get that done. For that. Of course, you want to ask them to be up to date. Let's keep in mind that we didn't have any money down until we were looking it up. And because the water was running, we don't know about it. Okay, so we've come a long way. Okay, so any other comments under old business? New business? I'm sorry.
I just have a general question.
Yes.
I noticed that the sign is not out at this door, it says entrance, so are people able to come and go from the front entrance now, or is still that entrance?
Is there a supervision where you come in at the bottom of the door?
We talked about it and agreed that, the flow has been working really well, just with where the security guard is placed and people coming in there and going out upstairs. It just works. We are in the process of putting, so, want me to talk about that now?
No, not yet. We gotta get to new business and then, we're gonna try to move it right along.
Okay.
Okay, new business. Anything under new business? Oh. Okay, there's nothing else under new business. Oh, that was on the phone. Yeah, because we had talked about it before. So do you have something else you want to add?
So, we just let
Anything else? Okay, action items. Change the date of the October meeting. I'm sorry, no, October meeting. From the 27th, okay, Thursday, 27th to Wednesday, the 26th. We have the Elf Magic Dinner, which, you know, every year that the library has the Santa Claus and everything, and all that is paid for, and anything else that you might need through the holiday extravaganza. And that's through the Elf Magic Dinner, and I'm on that committee, and that dinner is at night. So I would like to be able to participate in that. In the past, the library has had a few staff volunteers at that time. So I'd like to move the meeting night to the 26th, Wednesday, 26th. Instead of Thursday, 27th. Oh, we go earlier in the week. I was just saying you wanted to do a day early, but if you have another day you want to do it, I'm fine with that too.
If you change it,
Yes. It's been second, okay. Well, you want to have discussion because you want to, you were saying maybe a different day. So, I mean, discussion, you can say that. Okay, and then you can amend the motion for the day. Discussion?
I just don't have my phone, so I don't know if I have anything right now.
For Wednesday?
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe just not.
Okay. Tuesday? If it's Tuesday, 21st? Motion, we have a second, and we have discussion. Tuesday, 23rd.
October
25th.
Tuesday,
I
October
thought you said October 26th.
25th.
25.
No, we said 26th, but nobody could make it, so we can.
October 25.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Okay. Oh,
Second, I said.
she said, yes,
Chairperson Richardson,
yes.
Vice Chair Mary. Trustee Maxine. Trustee Maxine.
Is it right? No.
Trustee Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Secretary Adam. It's been moved and approved to in October from the 27th.
So you have to put a notice out, so everyone will know, probably put on March. Okay, any other new business? I mean, any other action items? Okay, the bylaws. I mean, okay.
I would like to move that we take that bylaw and to the next meeting. I would like to table that. Yeah, so. Well,
Move to
You
next
don't
year.
want to run me?
I would like to move that we move the bylaw amendments resolution to October 25th.
You like to take it?
I would like to table that.
That's a motion.
Yes.
Let's move to take, okay,
That's second.
the motion is second, discussion. Any second, okay, discussion. Ms. Witherspoon?
So the current bylaw says that it has to be read in 2 consecutive meetings. So I just want to make sure, like, would that cause us to have to start over, or like what, is there an implication for moving?
You read it twice already.
Okay,
Okay, so the next one would be, everyone will have to have a meeting and vote. Okay, so we have not read it the third time to vote. If we table it until the next meeting, the 25th, then we're okay.
okay.
All right, so it's been motion second, we had discussion on it.
So trustee Bush. Yes. Okay, trustee Maxine. Chairperson Richard.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray. Secretary Dodd. The motion for the bylaw amendments. Yeah, has been tabled until October 25th.
October 22nd.
25th, 25.
October 25th.
Okay. All right. My report, okay. I have a guest speaker here. I'm gonna let her take up a little bit of my time. Ms. Curry. I love her because she's shorter than me.
Well, good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Ashley Curry. I'm excited to be here this evening. I really want to share an appreciation for the staff of Pontiac Library, Josh and Evan and Colleen. They have just did a wonderful job with the summer event in August, and I have been doing volunteering and working with Pontiac Library as a resident of Pontiac. And I'm looking forward to our event that we have with the Pontiac Visionary Council with the kindergarten connections, that we'll be inviting families across the community that have kindergarten students to share about literacy strategies and the purpose of attendance so kids can get started off on their school career. And I just really want to commend Pontiac Reads and the library staff here. They do a wonderful job of collaborating with others. The next piece is I became aware that the library is going to be celebrating 100 years next year. Is that correct?
Yes.
I, as a literacy consultant and an expertise in literacy and a passion for reading and sharing, I would like to volunteer to be a part of a committee. So I don't know if there is a committee, but I really am interested in being a part of that. So if you just let me know. So yeah, my email, Colleen, and I see some trustees. And then it's like, I just know that it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to bring in the mayor, get everyone excited about 100 years of the Pontiac Library. Because there was a time when, for us to learn how to read and write, it was against the laws. That deserves a really big celebration. I'm on hand to do this work with you all. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
It's a volunteer.
Okay, and that's part of what I was gonna establish, because when we had our 90th gala, I'm a big smile because it was awesome. It was in February, it was 26 degrees, it was 5 inches of snow. And we had so many people, it brought tears to my eyes how many people came out to that gala. Okay, it was awesome. It was awesome. So I'd like to have a bigger celebration for our 100th year. But it was so awesome with everything we had. And I've already got an idea as to how I'd like people to participate in different areas so that we can be, as I said, on point for everything we have. Because nothing to compare to that first. It was just so awesome. And I'll make sure that we go back, at least if you get a copy of that DVD, so you can see how it was all everything was. We had valet parking. Okay, so even if the weather was bad, people still had their cars valet parked. I'm telling you, weather was, I didn't think anybody was gonna come out, but it was phenomenal. The formal dress wear, oh gosh, everything, it was just, I mean, the wine, the music, the food, it was awesome. So, yes.
Where was it?
It was at the first library that was here in Pontiac, the Queen of Arts. Okay, and so that's where it was. And I think it set precedent for people having events after that, because nobody was having events at the Queen of Arts. And after we had that big event, it was decorated so nicely. Then people started having their events there. So they could go there. We have the living, high days, and more days. We have it. All right, I'm sorry. So much for that. I get excited, but that was on my list.
What is the anniversary date?
February. It will be February of 23. So this is about the time. No, I would say this is the time that they're going to do. So I will.
Sometimes Black history.
Yes, so anyways, we got a lot of work to do.
So,
Yes.
so are we allowed to like put it, appoint outside people to do?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That'll take place. Absolutely. So, for entertainment and food and all that stuff, the cakes, the cupcakes, everything. Trust me, it was just so phenomenal. I'm sorry. Anyway, but I'll make sure that Edna goes back and somebody finds. If not, I can call the research just about there. And so we can look at that. And what we'll do is prior to that, in November, the board will sit around and we'll have some additional people talk about the library and stuff. And we'll have local access. And we do that before too. So, and I'll bring back the interview that they have with Peter Park, which was one of the founding people that kept the library open when the city tried to close it. So we'll have all that. Okay. All right. Program and everything. I'll reach out because before General Motors paid for the program. It was a nice one. Okay, let's stop. Let's move on because it's late. Yeah. Okay, we talked about the repair. We talked about repair. I tell you, there is a repair to the roof. I see Reggie didn't get back here, but he had a contractor to come and look at the roof in that one section over there. And why all that water and the valve on the wall be repaired. And then later day we'll talk about repairing the entire roof, just like the HVAC system hadn't been repaired, hadn't been replaced since 1960. This roof has been there since 1960. So, we'll talk about that, getting that done so we can have everything in place before the two-part. I talked about the off-magic volunteers. If anybody wants to come or volunteer for that. Like I said, I'm on the committee for that. That's on the 27th. I'd like for us to participate in that. So, table is $300 with us. Do that ourselves, but I think we're not able to take library dollars and take it for that. So, okay, I can ask that question again with the attorney. I don't want any problems. So if we have to pay out of pocket, then maybe that's something we can do. Our membership for the Friends of the Library is closed for this year. So Colleen is still with us. Come December, I'd like to pay for the membership for the Friends of the Library so we can have a membership on the state level. Okay, so in that way, we're covered under them as a nonprofit. So it's nothing that we have to go out and establish as a nonprofit. Because we're done, we're part of that, okay, so there's nothing with that. Okay. Investment outreach. I am going to take it that after I talked with the young man from Fifth Third Bank, that after Mr. Maxey asked for a clarification about third word investment, I'm thinking that there must be a significant amount of third word investment. They haven't got that with me. So I'm going to give with Mr. Harvey, get back and start again if they want to invest this money. Because the investment is starting to go up. And I want to make sure that we're getting the investments that we need. Return on that. Oh, and that's right, it was on the old business. Reggie said he will be back here, but everything as far as installments, everything has been done there. Okay, we're waiting and I explained to him that we're not gonna have any final payments out. Okay, until we have certification and inspection figures from the city and from the county. Okay, so they're still working on that. There's a couple of things. One of the ovens that they had, I'm looking at them installing it here in the kitchen. If you guys, I'm disappointed. You guys did refurbishing and updating things. You didn't look at the kitchen. You might want to look at the kitchen. You didn't mention that. Okay. What I'm saying, because one of the things with that, maybe we at least get a payment. Yeah. And get the pouring down. Because if I was an employee here, I wouldn't want to come in that kitchen and sit down and eat lunch. And I've said that since I've been here in 2014. So maybe that's something on a smaller scale that we can get done like immediately. Get the paint done and then get some pouring done. And
So that's what, and everything that we were looking at, we were counting that, like, basement, not so much.
right. So one of the things about the asbestos is you don't want to pull up any towels. So whatever towels are down there, you leave them down there. And when there's pieces that are missing, you replace those. And then you put like the flooring that we have here on top of that. So you're not disturbing anything that's under there. Okay, I want to look at, in terms of contacting the guy that did our parking lot. And see if there's, because I'm looking at a little few cracks and things like that. I want to make sure that we don't have anybody else hurting themselves like they did before. It was horrible before, but I want to get that before the problem. And they were kind enough to give me a 5-year warranty on the parking lot, which nobody does when they do that. So I want to get back with him on that. I believe that concludes my report. What you do, accept it. You don't care? It wasn't worth the time.
It's late. I didn't know we didn't.
No, I'm just.
Okay.
Any questions or comments? Oh, it's horrible. Thank you very much. Okay.
So Mr. Reggie gave us an estimate this time on
He's waiting. He's gotten back with the city this week and with the county. So he hopefully, he said, and I'll send you a copy of what he did to me. Okay. As far as everything is done. He only try to project 30 to 60 days for those things to be in place. And then the next thing we need to do is, since it's such a state of the art, is to initially sit down and decide as a board what we want to do as far as reintroducing it to the community, so they can see that it's first class, and where they want to do the breakfast, okay, but then you want to do something else, because we have state of the art equipment out there now. But what I was saying is there's oven that they had that really doesn't work out there. that we installed it in here and give the Oakland County Health Department, and they can probably start teaching classes and stuff, and they can use the oven out there in order for people to learn to prepare meals for their families and so forth. Because they said just like, you know, and you can't really sell the equipment because it's like a car when you drive off the lot. So it would be best if you just install it here and upgrade the kitchen. And like I said, you know, a program in here where people can learn how to feed their families and so forth. We can partner with maybe Mr. Coleman or someone else, Forgotten Harvest, or doing this food and bring food in, people can learn how to prepare meals for families and so forth. Okay.
We actually just talked about that.
On the veterans side. Veterans
Oh,
side,
wait, I had talked about before you talked about it. No, you
we might serve up 50 meals for breakfast. The veterans,
Yeah,
ACEs,
yeah,
we might do that.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I told him. I said, no more leasing, you get the rental. So, as before, I can just share this with you, moving forward, because I'm ready to go. Is over 40 years or plus, the breakfast being served in the building, no money can let it collect or provide. The library never received a dime.
So again,
So that could be, okay. Go ahead. Colleen, go ahead.
All right, good
You
evening.
need to get an Uber to drive you home.
All right, so this month, we had our staff meeting on the 16th. And all of the library staff were present, and each staff member reported out on summer programs and upcoming programs, and that everything went well, which we heard a summary of that again tonight. Then the participation was up overall for the summer meeting, and people like the vendors, the training process, marketing, we covered most of the Pontiac schools for their open houses this week. That was a lot. But pretty much had, thanks to Secretary Allen and Vice Chair Winter Marion, we went to all the schools except the ones that didn't have open houses actually, and covered all that and got flyers out, newsletters out, library applications. Secretary Allen was surprised for the most library card applications turned in from Alcott, right? So good job on that. So we did, it was quite successful. I thought we got some volunteers, we put our calendars out. So we're gonna keep doing that. The open house for the high school was tonight, but I covered that already. I gave everybody else, all the English teachers. The senior English teacher wants to his library card, so I'm gonna work with her like separately after school. We already talked about the Friends of the Library group, and the calendar on the website's been updated, so we talked about that too already. Middle school book club, Josh did not talk about that. Middle school book club starts this Tuesday with Josh and I. We have 20 students signed up. We're gonna meet at the school, and then I think October, I think it's the 18th, we're gonna meet at the library here, so we're gonna do that. We'll meet maybe 3 weeks at the school, 1 week at the library. We're also gonna try to work with the elementary school principals to bring field trips to the library. We talked about that in our marketing meeting. The fall newsletters are out. Families have gotten them. We've gotten reports that families have gotten them. They said there's a lot of great activities, so hopefully we get good participation on all of our fall programs. We are on the agenda for the Bowen Center, aren't we? Yes. On the 27th, which is Tuesday. So we have representation. Are you guys going? I said I can't go because, I can't go because of the book club. That's our first meeting, but we are on the agenda for that. And then the Brentford Community Conversations with Mayor Granville is again on October 8th from 11 to 1 at the Bowen Center. And our next library staff meeting is October 14th at 9 a.m. And you guys, just a reminder, you all have mailboxes upstairs, and I looked today, there's mailing. So,
You know, in the future, if we forget to get them,
you want me to bring
just bring it down.
Okay.
The
yeah.
14th is.
Is a Friday.
Yeah.
No,
What
the
time?
14th. The 14th is the staff meeting at 9.
It's a Friday.
They're all gonna be on Fridays, and they all start at 9, so the next one is the 14th. And then, as far as the new employees, I'm going to do the job descriptions. We are gonna hire a youth, library assistant for cover the youth room, help with that, and then also additional employees will be considered library assistants. We're gonna be particularly looking for, one that's to assist us with our Spanish speaking population and, translating our, newsletters and pamphlets and things like that. So that will be a focus for one of the library assistants. On the building, you were asking about the entrance. We are in the process of trying to do, so you know the column that's on the outside, we're gonna put the word entrance, like big letters down the side, so it looks, you know, we're gonna.
do that. How are you gonna do that?
Marlene talked to the sign person.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
person that makes signs.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same person that's done the signs around here.
Okay.
So, yeah, but no, we're not just gonna.
Oh, okay.
So we've got the person that does the signs working on the size of the lettering. And Edmund's supposed to go out and decide how high and like where the placement of the letters, but we've got the right size of the letters and everything. And we're just gonna go with the black and white lettering, for that. So that's gonna be an update. And then we did have a person. For that. Came and we looked at the bathrooms, and actually we looked at the entire library on, Saturday, that was last week. And we looked around the whole library, and we're supposed to write up a proposal for us as far as, some cosmetic, doing a facelift, basically, in some of the areas, so. And that concludes my report.
Question regarding, great report, a great job. Regarding the book club, are you going to provide snacks and they come to the library and provide, like meal or something?
Josh usually, well, it's gonna be during their lunchtime, so they will bring their lunch with them, but Josh usually prefers snacks.
And then still get snacks from Garden Harvest and Florida Harvest. What book are you guys reading for the middle school?
So the 7th graders are reading New Kid by Jerry Craft, and the 8th graders are reading the graphic novel Long Way Down by Jason Adams. We're having 2 separate.
Perhaps break and start book clubs for those senior classes.
Yeah, we have that.
Any other comments? Chairman,
For New Kid, maybe with Ashland, because I know Open Schools had the author New Kid 2 years ago.
I was at that.
Okay, yeah, it was pretty cool.
It was, yeah, but he's got a lot of good, YouTube.
Oh, does it? Okay.
For that book, so I show him every year during our African American reading, so he's one of my featured authors, so.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's still, because I tried to look at that again later and I couldn't find it, so I don't know if they've archived it or what they've done.
went on that period of time, but the one thing this last year, African American and the picnics.
Oh, yeah.
That was still available.
Okay.
And if you update.
Okay.
make sure you guys get your tote bags and your water bottles and your books about that. The college is good.
Oh, so the comments for telling, what do we need to do for the port conference? So as far as paying and registration and things like that.
Do I register you or do you register me?
No, what normally happens is since we don't have a credit card yet, that that's I can do that and tell you if you want. Who is it good?
Since we brought up, she brought up, bags, something. Out. Plastic bags or something with the library.
We'll do a big plastic bag, no, I think we should put some more.
Well, I'm just saying a bag, because like we didn't give it all that stuff, it's like, you know what I'm saying?
You know,
I mean, even for me, that was.
you don't have anything.
We have the plastic bags that we give out,
You have the little.
but they don't have the logo. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, just buy it.
Because we have those plastic bags are nice. We just need to do that.
Stick that on there. Okay. And don't forget the holiday extravaganza coming up.
Yeah.
We're gonna make sure that that happens.
Right.
We're gonna have the trolley. Hopefully you guys are riding and we'll get ready to ride with you on the trolley.
I know, right, like you are walking.
And the last time we did that, blankets that was at the library logo on it, and we did have some of those available for people.
Yeah, that's not.
But, for immigrants, so they might still have our information and we can order some more of those blankets.
Okay, I'll check.
If not, you can put what I have. Okay, so at this point in time, is there anything else? Okay, because what we're going to do at this point in time, and thank you very much, great report, great job. There's more comments I'm going to get. Let's start with who are the top the longest. Now, let's start with you. Y'all talk out. Okay, well, thank you, we appreciate you. Okay, and so, this is a joy. Mr. Max, you're next. No comments? Okay. Angela.
Comments about conference, you said she's gonna do it, or she can do it towards myself.
No, Evan, she doesn't have access to, until we do one more sign off. So she doesn't have access to the credit card or anything, so she.
So and then we're interested, so.
Yes, yes. And he probably could just talk to you over the phone and log in, because we have a membership. So you can get membership discount. There should be some trustee workshop that you can attend. Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, you just have to decide whether you just want the full conference, the virtual
I would think
conference.
they would go to a full,
Yeah.
go to a full conference, or you just give me a couple of days. Well, but you can do it one day at a time, or you can do 2 days, or you can do the full conference. Pull it up and look, and so you can see, some stuff is free and some stuff you have to pay for. Okay. So they do that. Yes. Okay. And go ahead.
Oh, we didn't mention this in the budget, I guess we should bring that next meeting, about market.
It's an operation, so you don't have to amend the budget for that.
So it is under.
It's an operation, because that's a part of what we do. So you don't have to, I'm sorry.
Is there anything specific, or we just need to last week?
First of all, you have to figure out specifically what you need, I would calculate those.
Especially say we had a meeting with the marketing and advertising. events, and Mr. Maxon, who wasn't available, but he voted yes. Seven. Really well. And we're able to go to other schools, which is Colleen, Network Colleen. Oh, friends, library. Everything went well. We went out to Alcott. Well, I went out to Alcott. I was just saying, we got a lot of library art applications. Families were excited. We have that program, so I know about what events are coming up besides like great deals for next Halloween. Yes. So everybody's excited about that. All their phone numbers are on there for you to get the text this started for those.
So the prize for you having the most.
I mean, there should be shit there.
We had very low turnout, so.
Yes, so did we.
Yes,
Yes, it does. You can't get them if they're not there.
Right. No, it wasn't a big turnout for ours, but I just made sure everybody that was there, my way there.
Well, we only had like 5 parents at the middle.
Ours was pretty sad too.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, you know what? I think it's really encourage people, if you have some kind of, you know, reward or something, is there a classroom that notes, or is there grade that notes?
So they all met in the cafeteria, so they all went there and met with Trustees first. And they had dinner at their first.
Well, see,
So.
that's why they had those people.
They have dinner, candy, popcorn, ice
Yes.
cream. We had it all.
I couldn't believe it, they had a full spread.
Oh, absolutely.
That's Miss Johnson.
Yes.
And Billings, everyone was started for food. They gave it to us for free, so I just kind of tried it. That's how I used to do it.
So yeah, that's probably why they had pretty good turnout. And it was more than-
All right, okay.
I really don't have a lot. I'm pretty much doing everything. Only thing I would like to say thank you to the library, because they're honestly having so many here. I appreciate that. It's really because, you know, guys involved in the schools and that's great. I'm looking forward to the experience in the library. Oh, we did talk about too. I think for the friends of the library, Dr. Sue's over at the school go. Trying to do demonstrations and food and, you know, countries and things like that. So that was the thing with this. Okay. Did we talk about having foods from different countries?
Yes.
This smells stuff. I used to do as a teacher.
Yeah, we love it. So,
Oh, you know, the more.
so we have, you know, I think we're great with it. You know, we're trying to do it. I forgot, sorry, we need to go here about the new gap in some of the school district and library. And he's willing to meet and do whatever he needs to do. So he said he would talk to Colleen. Meeting downtown, he was like, she was up there. I'm sorry, Cheryl, but he didn't want to meet with you.
Yeah.
Want to meet with you.
Well, and I told you the prom stone was at Pontiac High School on the first day of school, and the other board member was talking about they wanted to have a dinner with us, and we were talking about the library.
Okay, great. Anything else?
Oh, the Veterans Day is coming.
Okay.
Just mentioned Veterans Day.
Let's do something.
Veterans Day,
Yes, sir.
we're planning on looking at a parade.
Well, how about we do a dinner or lunch?
Yeah.
We never do anything. It's always closed on Veterans Day. So let's do something the day before or something big. I would like to do that. And have a flag hanging and have a little token to present to each one of the veterans, okay, from the library, whether it's a gift card or something for them, but do something for the veterans and have a speaker.
Surprisingly, for the last 3 years, we not only had them on almost in a microwave, but we had them on TV hookup. We gave posthumously those veterans, or for Pontiac, current veterans, we have a, I don't know why, was advertised, at least 30 people there.
And I want to do something to the library. So
But if you want to do something like that, we appreciate it, yeah.
Okay,
With the veterans meeting.
yes,
We have breakfast for the veterans, every year we have a big breakfast.
Yeah.
And this hour, you know,
I want to do something to the library.
okay, then, no
Okay,
problem.
and so, and then get some kind of banner, if we go to Staples and get some kind of banner celebrating Veterans Day.
Okay,
And we have it in our, ribbon, a big banner celebrating veterans, and we have some veterans that, including years from Texas, we put that, some pictures on that banner, and we just have it up every year. Celebrating
Banners.
Veterans Day, so we don't have to have a specific date on it, so we can use it over. Okay, anything else we done? Okay, a retreat. Okay, I just want to bring this up, a retreat. Okay, had one before, and I think it would be to our advantage to have a retreat. And that way you have people from the state library board, from the library, someone that deals with leadership, you have someone that deals with relationships and terms of having a successful board, and put all that together. It usually starts on Friday, ends on Sunday. We did Frankenmuth before for a weekend, so I don't know if we want to do somewhere else. Think about it, we look at it. I appreciate every last one of you. I think we had a very productive meeting tonight. I look forward to seeing you next time, and thank you for changing the day for the board meeting. And coming to the Health Navigator is really nice. It has a sharp club in Waterford, but it's really a nice event. I'd like to find out who represents Pontiac, all the hills, Waterford, Waterford. Really okay. But thank you, everyone. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So it's still adjourned this meeting.
I get a second. Second. Here, no discussion, roll call.
Vice Chair Marion.
Yes.
Chairperson Richardson.
Yes.
Trustee Maxine.
no.
Well, then go ahead and vote. We'll let you get out of here.
All right. Trustee Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Okay, you're over with.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Don't forget we have to change the members meeting also.
Oh, that's automatic.
Yeah, it's already up there.
It should be already. November and December, it's meeting should already be up there. Okay.
Bye, everyone.
Good night. Tell me to do something for Veterans Day.
Yes,
No problem.
all right. I'm sorry. You need your checks tomorrow.
We accept everything.